Okay, with that, on our meeting when we go, or actually, let me just introduce myself. My name is Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I think born for none stage of touching it all. Actually, um, thank you again for everyone listening in this morning and being on the line. We did come out of recess yesterday. Before I go into the details, let's go ahead and get a roll call and then get an invocation of blessed day, and then we can go from there. Ms. Bella is going to do our roll call this morning, possibly taking our votes today. So, Ms. Bella, you mind doing the roll call?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon.
Charles Noon is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canuspah Crotty. Honorable Amber Canuspah Crotty. Honorable Amber Canuspah Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon isn't present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning from Untitled Chapter, Navajo Nation.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lloyd Collins is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning. Delegate Hino is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, show.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Yeah.
Honorable Evan Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Good morning.
Honorable
Delegate
Nathaniel
Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canuspah Crotty. Honorable Amber Canuspah Crotty. Honorable Amber Canuspah Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 16 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, this is
16.
Delegate Rousseau. I'm here.
Got you. With that, colleagues, I do have, is it 18?
18. 18.
18 members present this morning. Same as yesterday. Good morning, colleagues. With that, let's go and continue on down. Invocation. Honorable So, you mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Oh, Ania, be glad to provide invocation this morning, Shannon. So, Dide, oh, yat epen hidishni, Shannon. Do is not dika. Rojo do lich na Hassani ma, Johna in hitha. Nilch idna yo. Ini dikis. Yon fini. Ishige kon. Nibukage. Johna ein lin kodo. Inke jahaya kon. Nibukage. Ndahadiskal. Chilakahojon da diskal. Nansel has ein da diskal da hus aj. Adabiz tindo da biz kochen. Bit hajon go kon. N't is bekage ho. Bit ego ho. Nahanil ya ka kehit. Illa ashla in lini. Dinach il khas ein lini. Nibitahna al di lini nat agidna en lini kon. Bikadet ego kon. Ayoho not lina kon ke ka kehit in hasani mo. Dojohna in hitha. Nibikad o yad his lage betrage nicht in lini kon. Nicht de his nicht dort is. Nicht it son nicht it goy. Nicht it has ebe. Kon ben hik jet ligo kon ben dahditzi. Wenn kade di jing kon. Artisch, ethisch, großes in lini kon. Wenn ich so lang bezahlt nicht Zeit in Zamakan Zaba Ada Hallo. Wenn wir nach Zamakage, which da hat Kindo kon dann chill. Wenn wir nach ich hona sani ma. Ne we et anit len ni yaje danit lan konkehit. Wenn wir nach kont is kati da geht asani zinit ego kon. Yat eho kon hike ni hit is ni hit jat ni hinne ni hit je adon da kon ni ket ostraj hidelle eston kan nadille beben nach ni hit is trach hadat ego wenn ni der dodlich nicht ni ka ke hit ege don hat heta dodlich don hodes ni da dodlich yat eho kon ni nahat kodo khahille kodo hat ishin hit ai koban it khoda hot beben nach ho be ana odni do be na odni nahat an lin ya shoni do bahajoni bil his lago kon ashine lanat ani indat nayat khile akha beben nach inde eti be odni den lin ba da his ago do hadit ego da do ya thi holon ko do che hodo ni de hot ego be na ni be nal on be shola di la be yat etiolia honana yat etaga do yat eta di do yat eta no yan tsale na an ko do sa ye ni ne di tsa na an lini ko do تسوي أهلنا مزاليني ييجو تيجين نات أني خيالت كده نات أني هدو خانت إيجو كهد بدنا يان سكيس تو يا شانا نزن تو يا نزن ويكال بدنا بشبه شوبا بدنا ياهو نزكو اللي نكيد نيجي إيه بدنا شكون يشجينج ناس ثاني ما جونا إنه يتخا يشجينج كوني هنا تأنليني يات إيه كون بيدا نادي دي كاتيشجينج يات إيه بناي كاتولي يات إيه كون نتيس كاكي هنا هي تينتولي بنيا يات إيه ناهو بابنا شكون ويد أني تلون تشنا لو شي يودا أني تيدا لو شي يودا هتان سيك كيسا أكو هو بابنا شكودو نياجن شلني بابنا شك آني تسوان تيس كاكي تيني وجانغو كدو خدالت نحن تلادولي نهي جيدو نهن يات إها خدالت نحن تلادولي نهي جيبت خدا هجان دولي نهن بتخطى هجان دولي بابنا شتسانا غي بيك أهوجان لو تكدل نهي نتلين دولي سجوجان دولي نهتاني ما نهي كيدي وجان دولي نهي ياكي دوني هكيكي نهي ناتي تاتسو خهوجان دولي نهي زا خهوجان دولي نهتاني ما كاديش جيجي بناتشو وجنا هسلين دولي نهتاني ما وجنا هسلين وجنا هسلين وجنا هسلين وجنا هسلين سوشن انت جوان ميوت
Thank you very much, Honorable Araso, for that wonderful invocation this morning. And thank you for praying and blessing not only the work that we're going to do today, but also blessing the nation as well. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. We are on new business item number A, legislation 0182-21. We did recess yesterday at 1:44 p.m. by vote of 19 in favor, 2 opposed, speaker not voting. On the legislation, again, we are talking about approving the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 comprehensive budget. The sponsor is Honorable Chairman Hino, co-sponsors by Madam Chair Crotty, co-sponsors also by Honorable Halona. We do have on holding the main motions, Honorable Keon Begay, seconds by Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and give a rundown on the time that we do have. I know that this is with this rundown, I'll give an update on, I'll turn it over to Ms. Barbara for an update on where these amendments stand to as well. I know I have right out of the gate, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty with 4 minutes and 22 seconds. I know that you're still waiting for an amendment. Honorable Eugene So, you have 3 minutes and 26 seconds. I know you're waiting for an amendment. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 51 seconds. I hope we have Mr. Zwarline on the email or on the line. I know you wanted to address some concerns or questions about the veterans. Honorable Daniels, 2 minutes and 26 seconds, and you're waiting for an amendment. Honorable Otto So, you have 1 minute and 19 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, you have 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay, you have 3 minutes and 6 seconds. And this is all colleagues on the main motion. I do have Honorable Charlene So with no more time. I do have Chairman Daniel So with no more time. And I do have Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie with no more time. With that, colleagues, let me go to Ms. Barbara there at the Office of Legislative Counsel to give an overview on where these amendments stand. For the record, I do have Chairman Daniel So in the chambers with us too as well. Oh, and Madam Chair Charles Newton, good morning. She's in the chambers as well too. With that, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. Good morning. So Good morning. I thought somebody said something. So right now, we have distributed or sent out to the sponsors an amendment for Delegate Charles Newton, for Carl Slater, although I did notice that he was requesting additional info from his colleagues. We also have submitted an amendment for Eugene So. Those are out right now. There is an amendment that Delegate Karate is looking at for the Navajo Utah Commission and DED. We are just now getting the budgets in this morning, so that amendment should be ready to go in about 30 minutes. We've received no information on the veterans. There has also been an amendment sent out to Thomas Walker. I don't know if he will pursue that. Let's see. As I said, we haven't gotten anything on veterans, and Delegate Daniel So is still waiting for a legislative concern, which I will have out in a few minutes. I think that is it. The one thing, Speaker, you said that we have an amendment request from Delegate Herman Daniels, and I'm sorry, I'm just not sure I know what that amendment request is. Thank you, Speaker. I think that's the update.
I do believe Honorable Daniels did have some, he said he was going to work with, reach out to your office. Maybe
Yeah,
when,
I'm sorry, he's working with who, Speaker?
I'm not too sure. We'll find out.
Okay.
And
Thank
to
you.
check to see where that's all at. Thank you. With that, colleagues, again, giving the rundown. I do have at this time Honorable Slater in the queue as well.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff again. I left out one amendment that we are working on.
Okay, go ahead.
And that is for Chairman Nez, and Ms. Khan is working on that, and we'll have that out directly. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Again, we are looking for assistance from the executive branch, and at this time, let me get some clarity, because I know we're going to still having that discussion to Mr. Paulson Chaco, if there's any update on the Veterans Administration budgets, and also with Office of Management and Budget, if there's any movement on that. Mr. Chaco? Chief, are you on the line? Or Mrs. Orline?
Point of privilege.
Mr. Speaker. This is Director Zorlan, Mr. Speaker. I'm on the call.
Point of privilege. Hold on, Mrs. Orline. Thank you for being on the line. Point of privilege. Is it you, Honorable Daniels?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Yes. Good morning. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I raise a point of privilege. Every year we do this. Once a year we do this. So we've been trying to reach out to the division directors yesterday and the day before. So and like I stated, this is a one-time a year thing without a comprehensive budget. So what I would like to suggest is to have all the division directors to be on the line. It's kind of hard to reaching out to division directors, trying to get a hold of them. So even just like I said, this is a one time a year. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. We did invite them through email, but again, we can't force anybody to be on the line. I can go to, is Chief of Staff on the line, Paul Chaco, to address that? Or anybody in seeing it, maybe even the President or Vice President?
Mr. Speaker, this is Ms. Fowler.
Speaking on behalf of the President?
The Chief of Staff.
They're speaking on behalf of Chief of Staff?
Yes, and I just want to let people know that our division directors are on the line right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Fowler.
Oh.
Good morning, Ms. Fowler. With that, then let me go back to again. There was I think we heard that there was an update on all the amendments except for the amendment for the veterans. And let me look at the direction again to, seems like Director Jim Zorline's on the line. Mrs. Zorline, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, as we understand it, the question has been phrased to us. We are still putting that data together. We don't have it ready for presentation over to Legislative Council yet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mrs. Zorline, is there an ETA on that?
No, sir, there is not. We're working as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, let me go back to the floor. I do have, again, new colleague in the queue. Let me go to our new colleague, Vice Chair Slater. Floor is yours at this time on the main motion on legislation 0182-21.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer the amendment that I emailed out to my colleagues this morning, and I will reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 54 seconds. An email that was sent out, colleague, or Mr. Rico, you get it? Mr. Rico, I'll hand the floor over to you. I'm going to read the amendment into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1. 1, add the following carryover requests to Exhibit F. Program title column. There are 3 columns. First column, program title, Office of the Auditor General, business unit. Second column, business unit number 101024. Third column, amount. All remaining funds to complete audits identified in comprehensive FY22 budget. Next row, Department of Program title, Department of Roads, business unit number 121004. Amount, all remaining funds to complete road maintenance, monsoon and washout assistance and culvert repairs. Next row, Division of Social Services, business unit number 117001, 117022, 117008. Amount, all remaining funds to provide one-time grants to domestic violence shelters, 50% of which will be allocated to on-reservation domestic violence shelters, and 50% of which will be provided to off-reservation domestic violence shelters serving Navajo clients. DSS funds will be consolidated into 117001. Next row, Navajo Police Department, 116001, 116002, 116014. Amount, all remaining funds consolidated to 116002 to support crime, gang activity reduction, and drug enforcement initiatives, including sub-offices and officer hiring at local chapters. Next row, Division of Human Resources, Business Unit 114001, 114009. Amount, all remaining funds to support compliance with FY22 COAs and modernize the hiring process for Navajo Nation employees, including digitalizing the application process. Additionally, the program will create a management institute or internal professional development regime for Navajo Nation employees in consultation with Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Next row, Division of Economic Development, Business Unit number 110001, 110003, 110004, 110005, 110006, 110007, 110009, 110010, 110011, 110012, 110013, 110015. Amount, all remaining funds to support economic analysis and planning, economically valuable historical site preservation and cleanup, marketing of Navajo Nation tourism, and standing up small business training and coaching. Consolidate to 110001. Program will report to oversight. Next row, Division of Community Development. Business Unit number 108001, 108003, 108004, 108125, 108127. All remaining funds to support solid waste and recycling infrastructure and program development. In addition to chapter cemetery fencing, funds will be consolidated to 108001. Program will report to oversight. OMB shall update the exhibits and cumulative amounts as necessary to reflect this amendment. 2, renumber, relitter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Nabucco Committee's intent in improving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, could I second that motion to amend?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Daniel. So with that, colleagues, this will be Amendment 1 on legislation 0182-21 here at Navajo Nation Council. Sponsor our motion by Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater, second by Chairman Daniel. So with that, is there any comments or questions on Amendment 1? I can't hear you.
Speaker, can you hear me? This is a question of privilege.
Yes.
I have not gotten the amendment. It's perhaps my computer's just a little bit slow. Is it possible to scroll back up so I could read the amendment?
It was, I think it was sent out this morning by.
Yeah, I'm sure it was
okay.
sent, but my computer's updating.
It's printed out right there for you. It's coming in 4 different ways.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a question, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. We go to the floor then. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Speaker, I would just like to ask, I guess, what is this amendment going to do? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 53 seconds. Let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Shema, Delegate Charles Newton, for the question. This amendment will provide carryovers for certain programs for specific purposes. So in the amount section of the exhibit, it also identifies specific purposes that will support. So this is not just a general carryover for all programs, rather it's very targeted. And so an example is for the Department of Roads to work on road maintenance, monsoon and washout assistance and culvert repairs. I know that a lot of our communities have been particularly hard hit over the past month or so with those issues, and I believe it'd be prudent to preserve those funds so that the program can have the maximum resources available to respond to all of our communities. And then I think it might have been Delegate Charles Newton who had a condition of appropriation for some audits that needed to be completed, but we didn't assign any funding to, or sorry, additional funding to the Office of the Auditor General to complete those audits. And last year, I know that I tried to get some more funding for them to complete some audits, but we did the CR and things just didn't work out. So I really would like to see more resources to the Office of the Auditor General for them to deliver those much needed audits across our government. We can't just have an unfunded mandate. So I think it's really important to shore them up financially. The Division of Social Services, I'd like to provide one-time grants to our domestic violence shelters that serve Diné citizens who are experiencing domestic violence and family violence. And so, we have 2 shelters here in Navajo, and then we also have many shelters in the border town whose clientele, often are 90 or close to 100% Diné. And so I think that it would be a really strong statement from the council to say that we'll wrap this funding up and provide it to our citizens at their most vulnerable times in their lives, or what may be the most vulnerable times in their lives. So that's one right there. And then the other one is to carry over for the police department to focus on crime and gang activity reduction and drug enforcement initiatives. So that I think will be funding that will need to be designated by your oversight, by the oversight of the Law and Order Committee, and they can help direct those resources. And then within the Division of Human Resources, this is something we've spoken about with Dr. Fowler in the past. There's 2 issues there. One of them is talking about a management institute or internal professional development for our Navajo Nation citizens. And Dr. Fowler has reported back on some of the guidance that they provide back to programs on how to do that sort of professional development standards and trying to improve the quality of our customer service here on the Navajo Nation and really the efficacy of management and others. So I think with this charge, the idea is that they will, I would say, formalize that. And I really would like to see that process work through this next year with the Health Education Human Services Committee. And then I know that the council has raised a concern about hiring under the ARPA funds. And in order to get a head start on that, I thought we should make some of that funding available and direct it within this amendment to the Division of Human Resources to really get moving on that process, whether it's digitizing and streamlining or doing something else to hasten that. And then within the Division of Economic Development, colleagues, I think you may remember that last year I had a plea for the Speaker's office to hire some economic consultants and financial analysis consultants. That funding was eliminated when we did the continuing resolution. And I know that the Division of Economic Development continues to need that sort of support and do so to articulate to our chapters and to the council, to Navajo Nation leadership, and guide us from an academic perspective and people who really study economics and reservation economics and financial and economic development in Indian country, these sorts of resources. To provide that sort of guidance to our people. And leadership, can take that as we want and do with it as we will. So that's one. And then second, we have a lot of historical sites on Navajo Nation that we need to preserve. And I think that ties into the tourism marketing. So, the Division of Economic Development will have to work with their oversight to, set up these budgets and really direct everything therein. But the last part I think is really important, and that is standing up small business training and coaching. We've seen huge moves and strides from groups like Change Labs, the Diné Chamber of Commerce, Diné College. I think NTU is doing some work on this too. And that is to assist our entrepreneurs. So we have some that have great ideas, but they need help with some of the most elemental aspects of running a business, whether it's their books, whether it's the tax implication of how they do their accounting and all of that, or things like setting up a website, marketing. So I would like to see the Division of Economic Development continue to foster those sorts of programs and really support them either internally or in partnership with these organizations. I think it's stronger when it is in partnership with some of these organizations. So some of this may be available under ARPA, but I think that right now this will get us a head start on standing this up and maybe have some more latitude, since this will be our own Indigenous Navajo Nation funding. And then the last item on here is supporting solid waste and recycling infrastructure on the Navajo Nation. So I think we have a solid waste, or is it integrated solid waste management plan? The Division of Community Development, as I understand it, is trying to reestablish that program and is working with their oversight committee to do so. I've been really inspired by Delegate Kalen Begay's leadership on this issue. And when I saw that there were some funds available, I thought that it might be appropriate to devote it to this issue. And of course, DCD will have to work with oversight to, enact that, I think, plan of operations and some other things that they're working on. But right now, this is the amendment, and I really think that these are for strong, specific purposes and not just, a bailout to programs that didn't spend. Rather, it's to target things that the council has focused on very intensely over this past year, and we've sought to support financially. So this is our opportunity. But yeah, Speaker, and Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you very much for that explanation, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. With that, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the amendment lineup. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty in the queue, and then Vice Chair Smith. Madam Chair Crotty, floor is yours on the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, are you able to hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Colleagues, I apologize. I got on the line maybe about 15 minutes ago. We had a very critical conversation with our BIA law enforcement on how to provide services to our community. So I hope to update the Law and Order Committee on some of the things we can do working together. But for this carryover, excuse me, what's in mind, and I appreciate Delegate Slater, and I support the carryovers. I actually wanted to make a pretty radical request that the council consider carryovers, all the carryovers for the Navajo Nation budget. And in talking with some of the programs, and because of the challenges that we had with the Office of the Controller, and now, through COVID, that it's hard to really understand what we've usually, and I've said, is the under expenditure of these programs, but the impact that not allowing the carryover. So in this recommendation or consideration, I would ask that we simply identify or a statement that we're going to approve all carryovers from the comprehensive budget, so that those programs can draw down those dollars and meet, because they may have CARES funding, or they may, because of the challenges at the Office of the Controller, and also, OMB is also understaffed. They're displaced in a different building and have a lot of challenges. So to support all of those entities, unless there's a program where I may personally disagree with their actions, I can't find a reason not to allow a carryover for a specific program on Navajo Nation. So I would want to ask Legislative Council, could we do that in the most simplistic way in just adding language if the amending party agrees, or how we could move forward? Because I think for the most part, for all of our oversights, I didn't red flag too many areas that I felt spending was inappropriate. It was more of the challenge to get the funding spent and the impact now that they'll have as we're losing, I think, over 200 employees to early retirement, and how these programs are going to try to adjust to the decrease in their workforce that they'll have. So thank you, Speaker. I'll make that request and see if there's opportunity for the amending party to consider, and if there's a simple way to address that, and simply either identifying the business unit numbers or just identifying this big book. If there's any suggestions, then I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that,
Speaker,
on your
can you
reserve
put me in the queue?
time, 1 minute and 42 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, good morning. I'll put you in the queue. Let me go back to Office of Legislative Counsel first before I get us a request to modify, because I don't know if this is going to take some time or if this is something, again, that's going to be just some language that we can do. Ms. Barbara?
Speaker?
You and your team. Yes.
Could I make a recommendation just because I'd have to consent to it?
Yes.
Could we say all business unit numbers not identified in the table above will be included in the carryover legislation, I mean, in the carryover provisions?
Let me go to Ms. Barbara and for that suggestion almost later.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. I apologize. We are just crazy over at Legislative Council this morning. So if Mr. Slater could please restate his recommendation or his suggestion.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Delegate Karate had a request to modify, and that was to include all the carryovers that are not identified in the amendment. And so I was asking if you could include language to that effect, saying something that all carryovers not identified in this table in the amendment will be carried over.
Thank you. One second, please.
Well, I guess just as a suggestion too as well, almost. I think we would have to exclude all proprietary accounts and all K accounts. Maybe OMB might help assist in that too as well. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. That will be a little complex for us to develop that language, but with some consultation with OMB, we can probably come up with language to carry over all allowable accounts. To do that, we will need a little bit of time to work on that language. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, when that language is, if it is available to be prepared, I will come back to you, Madam Chair Crotty, and see if that, whatever is put together, to see if that's what your modification would be, and then I'd go back to Vice Chair Slater.
Explain how
All right, so let me go back to the floor. On our amendment number one, I do have Vice Chair Smith and then Honorable Eugene So in the queue. Vice Chair Smith?
Good morning, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening on board. Thank you for this amendment. Tsutsui, I agree with the carryover. My question is to OMB, what's the total amount are we talking about? How much money is slated for carryover? And then I hear Honorable Karate saying we should consider all those based off of COVID-19. That's the same thought I had. My question was, is this amendment for all departments and divisions? Then I heard Speaker say proprietary, and also the K counts are considered different than what we're talking about. So I guess that would be in the amendment. The other question I have too is veterans have carryover, and that's trust fund. Is that also inclusive in making that carryover for the veterans? And my last question too, Speaker Damon, is maybe Legislative Council or OMB can answer this. Is there a time frame for the carryover to be used? Is there like a time frame that we usually go into the first quarter, and then the first quarter is when the carryover? Yes, we can do the amendment, but is there a time frame that when this money will be provided for these accounts that are out there requesting for carryover? Those are my questions, Speaker, and I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve your reserve time at 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Vice Chair Smith. Let me go to Honorable Slater for some clarity, and then if there's any further recommendations, my suggestion is that we go to Mr. Dominic Bial. Mr. Bial will give an overview on carryover and even probably, I guess, an overall amounts, well, to the best that they can probably put together. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much, Delegates Mr. Che. The question, so let's start with the end, or not the end, but whether this is for all carryovers. Right now, this amendment is not for all business units that are eligible to have carryover into a new fiscal year. It's only for the ones that are identified in the table. I believe that Delegate Crotty and the Office of Legislative Counsel are going to work on another amendment or a modification to this, and that will be forthcoming. With respect to the veterans budgets, I would have one ask, and that is that we first identify how we're going to address the veterans budgets in the fiscal year 22 comprehensive budget, because how we do carryover will be affected by that. There are presently not the consolidated agency business unit numbers. And so if we do move to something like that, we'd have to contemplate what that would look like. And there's a lot of complexity just to that one question. And then there's also the different funding sources. There's the general funds for the veterans program. Then there's also the Veterans Trust Fund. And I believe right now that they revert back to the trust fund, with the exception of again, that I'd say opens up a can of worms that I think we need to make some determinations on as a council, and then we can figure out how to do the appropriate carryovers for the veterans, the various funding sources. And then I think there's a question I've forgotten. I apologize, Speaker. So if Marche has further questions for OMB, then I'd ask that they answer them.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Bial, if you would like to add on some information or give a breakdown, or I'll turn the floor over to you at this time.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, and all those listening. Last week, Delegate Slater made a request, I believe it was to you, Mr. Speaker, as well as to OMB, and we included Office of the Controller. And the question was, what are the unexpended balances for the general funds? So that report was prepared, and it was submitted to Delegate Slater, Delegate Henio, Delegate Smith, the branch chiefs, as I recall, all on Tuesday morning. So that lists all of the general funds, less the personnel amounts. Now, the reason it would take out the personnel is because of the personnel lapse savings resolution, where all of those funds lapse and are encompassed in the personnel lapse savings fund, which was the basis for funding retirement. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. The FY21 GWA that was absorbed in 22, and then a new GWA of 3%. So when you take those amounts out, the remaining balance is what the Budget and Finance Committee used in funding the allocations that are reflected in Exhibit G to Resolution 0182. So that's why the report we generated doesn't include the personnel, because that's already captured in the personnel lapse savings projections. So pursuant to that report, the Tuesday report I'm referring to, the grand total of all funds, general funds, is 42.5 million as of 9/6. So that was this past Sunday. So the amount, as I said again, is 42.5 million for all the general fund budgets included in all three branches. Now, because it is as of 9/6, it's going to be decreased as we go through the remainder of this month. So come 9/30, that amount will certainly be lessened based on the expenditures that all of the general fund budgets incur up to September 30th. So that's what the report showed. As I said, it was forwarded to Delegate Slater and a number of others. And I presume that's the basis of the logic leading to his amendment that's before you now. So now on fiduciary proprietary funds, generally speaking, those amounts would revert, any unexpended balances would revert to, per the fund management plan, to the fund balance in most cases. So that's why when we discuss carryovers, we're always focusing on the general fund, because if this action is not taken, then all of that will revert into the UUFB. Now, these final amounts that was a part of the question won't be known exactly until the fiscal year 21 budget is closed out. So the Office of the Controller, typically by the end of October or going into November, will be working on that closeout. So all of these business units, programs, it will be per their final closeout amounts. That's why it always uses wording, all remaining funds. That is because at this point in time, it's really impossible to say that, for example, $1,000 is unexpended. We don't know that, and that's subject to the final closeout. That's why the wording all remaining funds is used. Mr. Speaker, that's my contribution and explanation of the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Biel. Colleagues, we go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Eugene So in the queue at this time. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Deacon, you should definitely solve the amendment. Yeah, net on. Oh, Annie, or the Hannah, and the Wobby to the hotel, Nicole, and that. Oh, Turnishing, but actually, Deacon is called within certain these divisions. I hope these division directors are all fluent in Navajo. So, did they, yes, sir? This is the most forgotten. This is the easiest thing that they see. I hope the president is listening and the vice chairman, president. So, the corner, Navajo TV, yeah, going to say Navajo TV every day is we're excluding disabled people. I'm sorry, in the pages, I think we can carry over. I thought that would be if it's allowable or in order to request certain percent of it. Dito be hato ni so be ata yago I tangi so they say that need to maintain it. So I don't know why we had to exclude them in all the division and the plan of operation and even in the budget flow form 1 to 5. Somehow we need to recognize them. The criteria that the these kids so 3% is a carry over the other base that has to refund. Some that don't have it or some that has it but maintain it. So these carry over has to go that route as well. So other the based on the grade or kid as a legislative concern. I'd say as an amendment to put it in there all to 3% all across the division. If it's a kid and Shahan is not other concern, and then I found out it doesn't really hold water. So my amendment next one is going to put it in the condition of appropriation. That's an amendment that's coming up. So Chair, I was wondering how we can maybe Dana can include them in there. Because there's a lot of people out there and there's a lot of veterans that are coming back that came back also disabled. So we're living with them. We can't exclude them. I don't think economic development I think we need to also start concerning regards to the tourism attraction. They want something that's Indian made. And that effort try to make a plan in that route that way. Because some other country they want to sit, they want to come down on a plane somewhere. All that money is being used to get to the reservation. It goes to the United States. We need to start thinking that way here on the reservation too. Everything that we have on this reservation is all what they have on in their country. these restaurants, fast food, etc. On the Navajo Nation, we need to start thinking about that. That's the reason why that tourist comes to the United States to go to an Indian country. And I don't know when we're going to realize that, but let's sure put something in that regards during this planning after economic development. Actually, because we're a sovereign state, we can make laws the way we want to make laws. We don't have to worry about the Western world. So in that regards, I should say, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 45 seconds. Okay, with that, we go back to Honorable Mr. Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. And I realized that I think there was one question that Delegate Smith asked, which was relating to the expiration of carryover funds. And it's my understanding that carryover funds get budgeted into the general fund budgets for the programs at the business unit for which they're carried over. So they're treated as the ordinary, general fund allocation, and there's no expiration on when they're needing to be expended by or anything to that effect. And in terms of the amounts, we, again, just to reiterate, we won't know until the fiscal year 21 budget is officially closed out and all the drawdowns and expenditures obligations have been made. Moving on to Delegate Eugene So, I would recommend that Delegate So work with Ms. Bobroff to craft an amendment to effectuate the concerns that he raised with respect to the folks with disabilities who need assistance working within our government. And I think the point that he raised about us being a sovereign nation and being able to make our own laws is very true. It's just unfortunate that when we accept funding from somewhere else, there's always strings attached and we have to abide by what they say. If you say the nation has in about $1 billion every year, it's not $1 billion to spend as we'd like. We only can spend about 160 million of that as we'd like. And the rest of it is for very discrete, specific purposes that have conditions. And just as the council and the committee was made aware of recently, I believe that the federal government is seeking like $12 million back from the Navajo Nation government. And the Department of Justice is going to have to defend us because they're alleging that it was misused or something to that effect. I still don't quite understand all the details of that, but our oversight is looking into it. And I think, we need to be really careful in how we discuss mandating laws that could affect spending of our people's money appropriately. So thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Ms. Barbroff, I don't know if you would want to add something onto that or.
Speaker, what I would add at this point is with Delegate Eugene So's request, we will need to meet with him to really clarify what he wants to do and handle that through a separate amendment if possible. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That Honorable Eugene So, there's that recommendation to work together then with the Office of Legislative Counsel for that possible amendment. Okay, thank you. Let me go back to the floor then. Colleagues, is there any other comments or questions? I don't have anybody else in the queue. I do have reserved time, but I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. If there are none, We'll go back to the reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 4 minutes and 53 seconds. No. There you go.
Speaker, can you hear me? Thank you, Speaker. My request is to Delegate Slater. Is it possible to include the language after each of the what you have on Exhibit F, to include the language program will report to oversight every quarter? I noticed that the language program will report to oversight is included for the Division of Economic Development and the Division of Community Development, but all the rest doesn't have that language. That's my first request. Second, Speaker, this is more a question for you. How can council fix, again, the issue regarding special duty pay and hazard pay? Specifically, I know that I've been contacted by the women's shelters, social services, Deltec employees, and food distribution, all under Dr. Jill Jim's division. So how can we do that? I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve retirement, 3 minutes, 55 seconds. Let me go over to Vice Chair Slater, for the first portion of the question.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. I'm happy to include that language in each of the portions of the table saying that the programs will report to oversight every quarter. I don't know if there's already been language drafted between the delegate and the Office of Legislative Counsel, but like I said, I'm happy to consent to that. I think it should be up to each committee to design what that reporting will look like to provide deference to the committees. And that I know, and I guess the second question was to you, Speaker. Thank you.
All right. With that, yeah. Well, quarterly, that means quarterly. I know, but that's the same thing right there. Program will report quarterly to oversight. That's every quarter. Okay, Office of Legislative Counsel, are you looking at the Zoom screen? The suggestion from Office of Legislative Services is to add that in at every carryover amount per business unit. And the language is program will report to oversight every quarter.
Yes, Speaker, no, we can't do Zoom from our office. Our computers aren't able to do that. But that language does sound fine.
Okay. With that, Honorable Slater, there's a request to modify.
Speaker.
I'll consent to that, Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Yazzie.
Yes, sir. Can you put me in the queue box, please?
Yes.
On the amendment.
That Chairman Daniel, so there's a request to modify, and as a second, are you good with the modification?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
The consent.
Great.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, I'm a little bit concerned that our Office of Legislative Counsel can't access Zoom. Is there a reason why they can't access Zoom, especially since we are doing budgets via teleconference? Is it a matter of updating their equipment? If so, we are at budget, so perhaps we should include funding in the budget now that will allow them to upgrade their equipment, Speaker. Thank you.
To address that, someone from IT.
Speaker, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Barbara, to answer that question, privilege.
Thank you. As you're aware, Office of Legislative Counsel works off of very old computer equipment. And so we have access without, most of our desktops don't have cameras on them. Also, we have problems with the speakers. However, we do have a pending order for new equipment. When that comes in, we should be able to access the Zoom. Some of the attorneys here have gotten their new equipment, so they may be able to access it. I should have clarified that I cannot. So thank you, Speaker. And I do not think at this point in time that Legislative Counsel is requesting additional funds, because as I said, we already have that new equipment on order. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to the second question about Madam Chair Charles Newton, the request to get that information, if there was additional funding that you were wanting to utilize. I'm assuming you're talking about utilizing the carryover amounts for those divisions or departments to address the special duty pay that has not been paid out to them. So what you would do is you would create an amendment that would say Department or Division of Social Services or Division Department of Health, and then the business unit numbers, and it state that all remaining funds to be that is carried over would be utilized for the special duty pay or special hazard pay that has not been paid out to such employees in these business unit numbers. And I'm sure Office of Legislative Counsel can help develop that amendment. With that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Chairman Edwin Yazzie on amendment number 1.
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, on amendment number 1, and everyone that is listening online, I do agree on the has pay. A lot of staff, chapter staff, and even the WIC staff has not gotten paid out, and so from the last era, and so instead of reporting back in the amendment, I don't know if Chair Newton is going to add that amendment, but I was wondering if we could just make it a directive that all outstanding pay to the staff be paid out. So instead of just reporting back as what Honorable Slater had indicated, but I kind of think it would be more suitable just to say from the council that, look, this needs to be paid out. And so I was wondering if we could add that in the amendment. And so I'll leave it at that and reserve my time, Speaker, sir.
Your time at 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Chairman Edwin Yazzie, we are working on an amendment that is for carryovers, and these carryovers, if you heard from Vice Chair Slater, I don't think any of these are addressing the concern for hazard pay or special duty pay at this time. Now, what some of these carryovers in the amendment are doing is identifying certain areas. Some of them are, and some of them are just carried over to the same business unit numbers. So in addressing an amendment to state that you're specifically going for a certain program, I guess the question is what program, and you would have to develop that with Office of Legislative Counsel specifically.
Okay, Speaker, can I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so rather than going through all that, and I appreciate the work with Ms. Barba and her staff, and then of course with our staff too as well on this budget session. So I know Dr. Jill is probably listening, and I know Dr. Yellerman is also listening. So I am speaking for the staff of Gallup, New Mexico, WIC office, that there is staff that hasn't gotten paid out on their has pay. And I have been trying to help them, and so they haven't gotten their pay as was promised to them. And then on the areas of the chapter, the ASC and CSC, the Rue chapter, Yambato, and I know there's probably more chapters, but I am going to plead for the record, Miss Dr. Yellerman and Dr. Jill. I'm going to plead with you and pretty much ask, please, let's help these staff out for the record. As far as the amendment, it's going to take too much time doing the paperwork and whatnot. So I'm not ready to do that amendment. So I'll just go ahead, and if we can just play the tape back for Mr. Chapo, for Dr. Jill and for Miss Dr. Yellerman. They do an outstanding job, and I understand you are just filled with work duties that has to be done. And again, I say this with respect. So I'll leave it at that, Speaker. Sir.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Ghazi. Let me go to is Dr. Joe Jim on the line to respond to that?
Yes, good morning, Speaker and 24th Council members. Thank you for bringing up the hazard duty pay and special duty pay. Just for clarification on my end, I know I've been responding to Honorable Yazi's question regarding WIC, and I think there's inquiries about food distribution and special diabetes program. We did meet the deadline, the controller reset. I think there was another opportunity after several deadlines to pay out for special duty pay and hazard pay at one point, and those were all submitted for all the programs. And I do hold all the managers accountable for submitting these documents. I believe there would need to be more education in general, and I think the managers have been doing their best informing the staff on the difference between special duty pay and hazard pay. As program managers and staff are informing their programs on what those criteria are, the policies in relation to both special duty pay and hazard pay. I believe they were informed, and everyone, there was a lot more people that were eligible for special duty pay than hazard pay. And I think that once we submit the documents here on our end, we sign off on the documents, and to some extent, there is a definition on hazard pay, but sometimes it's very vague. And so I think what we do on our end is if we believe they deserve hazard pay, we submit it, but they are reviewed by the Office of the controller and their staff, and they deem it sufficient or not sufficient. So they have a particular criteria. I don't know to the extent they have a definition. There have been refusal and also sort of that resubmission of documentation, that not refusals, but there needs to be justification done. And at times there is not enough justification that every program is eligible for hazard duty pay. And also that relates to the staff not understanding just because they receive special duty pay, they think they should get hazard duty pay. And then the criteria for the amount of payment, some staff, and they all think that whatever they got for special duty pay, they deserve for hazard duty pay. So there's just a lot of that sort of uncertainty that staff do not understand. So I believe if there needs to be more discussion about just awareness about those two definitions, why not every program is eligible, and they have been denied, and they received a denial letter for some of the programs being mentioned for Department of Health. I won't say which ones, by OOC, that they were not eligible for hazard duty pay. So I think when we move forward, I would like more supporting statements from OOC regarding decisions around special duty pay and hazard pay and DPM, because they're the ones that set the policies. And I think that we can say pay everybody out, but technically they might have been already paid out if they didn't read the policy correctly, where they might have, if they have, for example, if they were an exempt employee and they wanted a lump sum, but they submitted it before their entire amount, they weren't really aware of the policy. And at that time, they're not deemed for a second lump sum because the policy only says one lump sum. And also for exempt non-exempt employees, it's different. And so I think there's just sort of that detail that it needs to be kind of understood when we're talking about hazard duty pay and special duty pay, that that I think OOC and DPM can provide some guidance to the council on what ought to be paid out and still paid out. As far as I know, everything that has been submitted to the controller's office for payment has been submitted from Department of Health, because everyone had to meet that deadline. And whether they're still going through the documents, that would be up to the office of the controller to pay those out. Some of them are still being paid out right now. And so I don't know what their workload is, but it seems like we submitted these months ago, but people are still receiving payment right now. So not everyone has been paid out. There's probably still in queue. And then some others may have already been denied, but they're not accepting the denied eligibility for hazard pay too. So I just wanted to make that clarification, Speaker, on behalf of Department of Health. Thank
you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Jojo. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments, questions, colleagues, on Amendment 1? Before I go back to reserve time. If there's none, we'll go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 42 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So seeing that a comprehensive carryover amendment will take some time, I'll just withdraw that request. So thank you, Delegate Slater. And just in terms of transparency, Speaker, can your staff help link the budget instruction manual to our social media accounts? Sometimes we talk about these technical terms, and I just want to increase transparency for our people who are following the conversation. And what the expected carryover, the exact amounts, according to Mr. Bial, I think they're not available until November. But lastly, Speaker, I'm looking through the BIM and it's not clear how carryovers are the budgets themselves. So if OMB can give us an idea, if council approves these carryovers, then what's the process? And if we could start adding this to our budget summary so that the oversights will know every year how much some of these programs are were allocated in their carryover amount. Thank you. I'll reserve my seconds.
Okay, with that, reserve your time at 32 seconds. With that, let me go to Office of Management and Budget then.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, this is Dominic Bial. Speaking.
Go ahead.
Speaking to the question. If and when the Navajo Nation Council approves the budget resolution, and said budget resolution, if it includes authorized carryovers, such as the Exhibit F and the amendment that's under discussion at the moment, if those pass, then it's approved by council. And then it goes to president, as we all know. And a president does not line item veto anything involving the carryovers. Then that's what the controller's office will use during the closeout, is identify the pertinent program, the business unit, what the final expenditures are compared to their budget, and identify the carryover amount. So then what OMB will do, once we get that information from the controller's office, let's say a particular business unit has $100,000 in carryover. Then what we would do is we would work with the program. We would notify the program that you do have $100,000 as approved by the budget resolution, and the closeout has been accomplished. So that's the amount. So prepare a budget. And so it's done administratively because the approval's already been done by council, and then further endorsed or made into law by president. In general, that's the process we use, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. Update. Please give us a few minutes.
Is it in the bin?
Thank you, Mr. Bial. With that, let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 25 seconds on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Budget Finance Committee of the Council, for the ones that are listening on board. My question is on the carryover. How are we selecting certain ones? You know that we went through the budget hearing, and there was a performance assessment, and some of them programs were either in the 1 or the 2 or in the 3. Are we rewarding folks that are in the 1? Are we rewarding those that are in the 3? How are we gauging that? I know that every year departments and divisions look at the carryover to supplement them, to help them. That's one question I have. The other question too is this carryover money. Could we, as an amendment, to make an amendment, make it specific and to utilize in a certain quarter? Or do we just flush them with the carryover and they go about allocating it however departments or divisions feel free to utilize that additional funding? There's got to be a mechanism, because we're kind of like opening the reins and letting the carryover be a free buffet, and folks are just loading up, and you know how we are when we get to a buffet, we start overloading. Our eyes are too big for our stomach, and then we want to take some home, and that's the way it looks like, the carryover. But those are my two questions, Speaker. On behalf of that, could it be specific to the application of using the carryover in certain departments and divisions? Maybe that's a little too deep into actually managing, but they should be using that to. And I know that COVID-19 played a big part in, and then the continuing resolution. That's why when the expenditures came up, somewhere like in below 40 or 50, and somewhere in the neighborhood of where they're supposed to be. But I'm sure there's a lot of carryover. That's why there's 42 million. Those are my questions, Speaker, and I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 30 seconds, Vice Chair Smith. With that, let me go back to Honorable Sponsor of the amendment for more clarity. Vice Chair Slater, where's yours?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Chair Delegate Smith, for the questions. When I worked on drafting this amendment, the purpose behind the amendment was to support the purposes in the amount column. So that's the far right on the amendment. And that was the idea and what drove how these certain business units and programs were selected. With respect to, can you implement a timeline for spending carryover funding? I think that would require a amendment to the BIM and then also to Navajo Nation law potentially. So my recommendation would be for the Budget and Finance Committee to address that matter separately or to draft an amendment to this legislation. But I think it would require some pretty substantial amendment language and potential waivers of the Navajo Nation budget process. So that's my response right now. I guess the last question, or the second part of the first question was about program performance. I think that that's really important, but the purposes of this funding is what drove this amendment. In the subsequent amendment that may be considered if it's drafted and offered by another delegate about doing a blanket carryover for all business units that are eligible, that maybe should drive the conversation there. But this is about specific purposes and uses, so the programs will be charged with aligning their budgets with those uses. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Pat, let me go back to the floor again to reserve time. Honorable Eugene So, 45 seconds.
Okay,
Oh,
okay, sure. I also find District Grazing Committee. I'm pretty sure they have a carryover. They were questioning about it. It's a subject, so see what's later. What recommends. Thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you.
thank you. Honorable Slater. Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions? Anybody else in queue? I do have reserve time, though. Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Lewin, 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Dr. Jill Jim for the explanation regarding the special duty pay and the hazard pay. I think that it would be important for you to go out to explain to these employees the difference between the special duty pay and the hazard pay, as you indicated. A lot of them are not understanding or accepting the decision that was made. I am still receiving emails and also, phone calls from employees, even though they were informed not to contact their delegates. I do have a copy of that memo. I'll be happy to send that to you, but they continue to reach out asking about the special duty pay and hazard pay. I did send that amendment to Dana, so I'm hoping that that gets addressed. But Speaker, I will have to ask, I know that I did pose this question yesterday, and I feel I have to pose it again today. In terms of, I guess this is more specific to appointed employees. I know that we've had a lot of our directors who are appointed who do refuse to answer questions of council. How do we deal with appointed employees who are disrespectful, not only to the delegates, but also as colleagues? Speaker, is there a personnel policy that governs appointed employees and how we can address issues that pertain to them and their disrespect? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Lewin. Just to answer your question on appointed or political at-will appointees, they follow the same policies and procedures as Navajo Nation, the employee handbook, and it would still go down to working together with the Department of Personnel Management and their supervisor. And in certain cases, some of these political appointees, it's not just one individual who's their supervisor. It could be a commission, it could be the council to address those certain initiatives. Or if it's a division director, it would be certain, it goes back to the way the president or chief of staff has delegated that authority over those individuals as their supervisor. But it would just be a time to report that information back to their supervisor. And again, their supervisors might not just be one individual. I don't know if Dr. Fowler is on the line. For Fowler to answer any more certain information off of that, or add any more information to that.
Oh, yeah, I am on the line. This is not Dr. Fowler.
Yes.
Ich had shnat nothing adog ebed like 8 besh bahasa ane nothing do then quash and I think kitty Jo hate ya di qua ich dil zanigi do behes ani beta inishigi Tsida anit and nil nishiki do nihiketahati ni do nakaalata nes de ki at behes ani lini nakasala at akohit ahoda sa do ya at be elchaot zido be elchan sohodes kezo jo ya anihi naha nasla ado anil ko nihinat anin lini niheda holla do naha lato naha ahishi ito nihinat anin le oko kwado rules policies behes anin lini wanta holla na nishtut khaigi jo lato dilzanol khamat khajet etan hit on need oko khade da le sad lini do okot ego be khaot zi o jo ko not anin lini be belkhoshdolne ado jo naten squido sani danne be yat na hotle be khajo anal il khajo be has dodzi so ko ashet hain zi oyodo shiliat shit hain zi jono nasko hilnade dilnish shin hol yelto a kohashid adi ihidilzen wolyani standard of conduct ilnini la oyodo hot ego beta delnish belagana ik achiko ajiko yise beta ahiljes da sidlin Nag akwati disrespect wolyani oyola nihi dadanels akwande. How you can address this is if you work with the individual that you have that are being disrespectful or being disrespected by, put it in writing. Ado job belkhazo khayla benat anila jo kwa job elchazot illa tashdole kwa hot shinne in la shinne istil hot besh khain zi ishin hol ya alto do ist ne go an hito ist leko anidi behes ani o you betast ako aja betast oni alsvan hin hitet code of conduct dilne ihitol zani a large nil. There are purposes, there are reasons to why these policies were created, but if we can all look at the conduct, employee conduct, we are to respect one another. If you look at the policies, if you violate any of those, there are tabletop penalties. Jo khajo belch hat otze dit do khajo na bikia diltje khait ist atoni ani enat ani nitle ko en hit na bayeltje o you go bahatis hot a konde di behes ani lini at en hik est hitchik edoshidne o ko hidel zin yeni jo na ilna ko abeso ba na hat inje jo beso do alt honen ilna. There are processes, there are procedures. O suddenly the best of shishi oyo, do ben has anda, behes ani ki lato yelzel. There are policies and procedures that we can abide by. If you feel like there are some violations that have happened, put it in writing. Let's take the first step in discussing. And these are a lot of education that needs to happen, not only with us as leaders, but to our program managers, and then also to our employees, so they have a better understanding. And Carl Slater, we do need some more professional development, a lot of education. Like I said, I can go on and on, but all the policies do cover each and every one of us, but the background of our teaching lies with us. To be respected, to have respect, it starts with us as an individual. It starts with you. And basi tio la do an hist edi ni lot. Here has she yash kwashatin ani by here. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fowler, for that response. With that, colleagues, let me go back, continue on down on reserve time. I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty with 32 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I support the amendment. I'm going to vote green. We'll try to work on more carryovers. I'm not sure if there's a listing that OMB has on the carryovers, but that would be helpful to make determinations on how to support the eligible programs. Thank you, committee members, council. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. That. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 30 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker, and the Navajo Nation Council. I'll go ahead and defer my time. Appreciate it. I should say for putting this amendment in. I support it.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, thank you. That, let me go on, continue on. I do have Honorable Otto So in the queue. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours. On Amendment 1.
Thank you very much. Ashwadi, Speaker.
Oh.
You guys hear me? Okay. I guess my concern on the amendment is that I'm sure the amendment is made by Honorable Carl Slater for the program and for all the programs listed in the amendment, and I'm sure it's for a good intention for our tribal programs. But one of my concerns is, are we guaranteed that this amendment will not be line item vetoed by the president? And like I indicated in my comments, as part of on the main motion, was that these budgets, the programs, and those dollars were identified for these programs. But what I'm getting to is that, as we do these amendments to start moving monies around and for any program, I hope that we do have the concurrence from the division director and the chief of staff and the president's office, because as this budget is approved and delivered to the office of the president for his signature, the guarantee of approving the budget as is, that's my concern, because what will happen is a line item veto will happen, and he will come across the board and line item veto a couple of the council's line items, and that's just how politics is played here in Window Rock pertaining to the tribal operations, because the whole, to make sure that a line item veto is made on the council's budget, and at the same time, or the legislative branch's budget, and at the same time, that holds us to that to try to go back and refix these amendments. The reason why I say this is that as the amendments happen in any COAs, that's the reason why when the three branch chiefs agreement happened from the beginning, that is my concern. why was the three branch chiefs agreement, why did that happen prior to the budget hearings? You know, the budget hearings would tell us what the program's needs are at the program level. That way, once that is determined, that's when the three branch chiefs agreement can happen. But in this place, it happened first. And I not be like that. This the three branch chiefs, they signed a document. I call in the day go put that base with you know, my concern is that line item veto, and I really hope that you know, I do support the amendment, but what I'm getting to is that the line item veto, you know, what will happen if the line item veto happen? Banana has nana, and as how the president brought forth his budget, I think we should honor it, and you know, on how he brought forth his budget, because if he change some of these programs, you know, that's the executive branch's decision. And as that decision is made, you know, the Navajo people should hold them responsible on that side for short funding certain programs. We know that these programs need additional fundings here and there, but as we move monies around, these line item vetoes happen, and it really just creates what I call nakinanish. I pretty much support the budget as the same, but I will probably move forward to support this amendment. But what I'm getting to is that I really hope that we do not get any line item vetoes on this budget, because, you know, the other is that, you know, we go back and just table this legislation and go back into budget hearing mode and get the true amount of what is needed and have the discussion pertaining to the carryovers. I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 3 seconds.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, put you in the queue. Well, let me go to Honorable Slater for a response.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Ottoso, for the points you raised. I don't think there was a question there, and I appreciate the points that Delegate So made. So with that said, Speaker, I think that Delegate Eugene So had asked a question about the District Grazing Committee being carried over, and I believe that that's already contained in the legislation, either via action by the Budget and Finance Committee when they address the legislation, or at NABI. I'm pretty sure it was at Budget and Finance, or if not, already drafted into the legislation. So with that said, I agree, and I hope that there aren't any line item vetoes for the budget that we pass with respect to the three branch agreement that is essentially being modified if we're adding some more funding into the executive branch. But I hope that the president would take this in a positive way, that we're trying to support programs to get more progress and delivery out of them. So thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate So.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. With that, let me go back to the floor. I do have, colleagues, we are on Amendment 1. I do have Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue at this time. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I don't know. 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, thank you, Delegate Slater, for doing the amendment. I'm looking at the the amendment, I fully support this amendment. Department of Roads, Auditor General, Social Services, Navajo Police Department, Human Resources, Economic Development, Community Development. As of right now, as we're speaking, in between Navajo Mountain and Ojeto, there's an area called Paiute Mesa. The only way to go there is from Shanto and Navajo Mountain. That's the only way to go get there. Other than that, there's no other roads. So right now, Navajo Police Department, they're out there searching for an individual. This individual has been breaking into homes. He's on the run. And he's a white individual. So right now, Navajo Police Department, along with the San Juan County Sheriffs, using helicopters, they're trying to get this individual. So Navajo Police Department, last term, I've been on Law and Order Committee, and it's still the same. This 24th Council with the Law and Order. Navajo Police Department, our police officers are very stretched thin throughout the Navajo Nation. So even I see that case says anything for Navajo Police Department, anything for criminal investigators and Lenigi. So I see I'm sure there's going to be other amendments for other programs, other divisions, like Division of Natural Resources. With this amendment, I fully support this amendment. So just to let everybody know that there's a search going on in Paiute Mesa. So $80,000. I just want to encourage everyone in the Paiute Mesa area to be very careful. Look after another. Any Paiute Mesa. So just a lot on San Juan County Sheriff's Department. So this morning I was going to say that, Mr. Speaker. So I fully support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. With that, let me go back. I don't have anybody on the board, but I do have reserved time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Delegate Slater for this amendment. I think that it does make sense I guess as my understanding is the carryovers are going to be addressed and approved to target specific projects. And I do appreciate that. I don't have any other questions, Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 3 seconds.
I'll wait my time.
You. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time on Amendment 1? I don't have anybody with reserved time. No one on the board. Going twice. On Amendment 1. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on Amendment 1. Let's vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer
I
Begay
vote green.
votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Kale
Dr.
Brigade
Kale
Jr.
votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kale Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr.
Delegate Paul Brigade votes green.
Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable
Delegate
Amber
Brown
Knappsbach
votes
Crotty.
green.
Honorable Amber Knappsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knappsbach Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Knappsbach Crotty. I vote green.
Honorable Amber
And I did
Knappsbach Crotty votes green.
And I heard Delegate Brown, if we could get his vote. Thank you, Shada.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M.
I
Daniels
vote.
Jr.
Vote.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green. This is Daniel.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona does not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund
Green.
Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
green.
Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much. With 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 1. Let's continue on.
Speaker, I'm trying to vote. This is Delegate Daniel So. I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, your vote is 21 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. With that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you. That, colleagues, any other, well, now we are back on to the main motion. I had Honorable Slater in the queue. Is there any other further comments, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? No other further comments at this time. Let me go back to reserve time. With that, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Speaker, we're still working on the amendment. If Utah Commission Office can provide that information to Legislative Council. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Okay, thank you. Reserve your time. It's 4 minutes and 16 seconds.
Question and privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege. Madam Chair Charles Newman, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is, I know that there was a request, I thought I heard a request from another delegate regarding carryovers with the last amendment was a request to approve all the carryovers, or was it just the, was it only certain carryovers?
Madam Chair Charles Newman, that request was withdrawn in the last debate due to the fact that it was going to take multiple, probably hours, maybe a couple. It was going to take some time in order to create that modification. That's the reason why it was withdrawn. With that, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes and 26 seconds. On the main motion.
Amendment Shalian, Troy Cook, at data 1153 at that it didn't go to all council delegates. Shut it each on all least, so we can start on that one. My motion. Is there my time?
3 minutes and 8 seconds. Let me go to, is your reserve time? Oh, Eugene, so let me see if there's that amendment by Mr. Cook. Okay. That, colleagues, for sending that amendment out as, oh, it's sent out. It's sent out at 10:27 a.m., colleagues. And Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record. Oh.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This would be amendment number 2. 1. On page 1 of Exhibit I, legislative concerns as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, under all divisions, departments, and programs. Remove entire American with Disabilities Act ADA language as follows. Overstrike, all Navajo Nation government divisions, departments, and programs should implement the Americans with Disabilities Act at 28 CFR Section 35 and 36 ADA by ensuring the constructions and installation of ADA compliant equipment and facilities in all of their workplaces and publicly accessible areas to the extent that the expenditures for such construction and installation are possible within their approved FY 2022 budgets. This should identify and list all equipment, furniture, buildings, offices, rooms, bathrooms, hallways, entrances, parking areas, and other facilities that, in order to be ADA compliant, will require any construction, modification, installation, or replacement. They should also prepare an an appropriate budget covering such expenditures. This ADA budget should be included in the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for the FY 2023. Alternatively, the ADA budget should be the subject of a supplemental funding request submitted to the council as soon as possible during FY 2022. In addition, all divisions, departments, and programs should work with the Department of Justice to amend their plan of operations or other enabling authorities as necessary to include ADA-related policies and procedures. All divisions, departments, and programs should provide reports both verbally and in writing to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of second quarter FY 2022, which report should explain their ongoing efforts and accomplishments in complying with this COA. The director of each division, department, or program should be primarily responsible for the implementation and completion of the COA for his or her division, department, or program. Notwithstanding the above, the COA should not apply to those divisions, departments, or programs that already have ADA compliant workplaces and public areas that submit proof of such compliance to their respective oversight committees by the end of the second quarter FY 22 and overstrike. 2, on page 4 of Exhibit H, Conditions of Appropriation COA, after the Office of the President and Vice President section, and before the Instructions to all Navajo Nation Division, Department, and Program Directors section, add the following underlined text below. New language _ all Navajo Nation government divisions, departments, and programs should implement the Americans with Disabilities Act at 28 CFR Section 35 and 36 ADA by ensuring the constructions and installation of ADA compliant equipment and facilities in all of their workplaces and publicly accessible areas to the extent that the expenditures for such construction and installation are possible within their approved FY 2022 budgets. They should identify and list all equipment, furniture, buildings, offices, rooms, bathrooms, hallways, entrances, parking areas, and other facilities that, in order to be ADA compliant, will require any construction, modification, installation, or replacement. They should also prepare an appropriate budget covering such expenditures. This ADA budget should be included in the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for FY 2023. Alternatively, the ADA budget should be the subject of the supplemental funding request submitted to the council as soon as possible during FY 2022. In addition, all divisions, departments, and programs should work with the Department of Justice to amend their plans of operation or other enabling authorities as necessary to include ADA-related policies and procedures. All divisions, departments, and programs should provide reports both verbally and in writing to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the second quarter FY 2022, which reports should explain their ongoing efforts and accomplishments in complying with this COA. The director of each division, department, or program should be primarily responsible for the implementation and completion of the COA for his or her division, department, or program. Notwithstanding the above, the COA should not apply to those divisions, departments, and programs that already have ADA compliant workplaces and public areas and that submit proof of such compliance to their respective oversight committees by the end of the second quarter FY 2022. 3, renumber, relitter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Napakia Committee's intent to approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, there is a motion for amendment number 2 by Honorable Eugene So. Is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any comments or questions at this time? Twice. Going 3 times. Scoreboard on amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Alma Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
That is Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund
Green.
Yazzie. Honorable Edmund
Green.
Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhead. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhead.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Alma Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes
Honorable-
green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green. I
Honorable
vote green.
Herman M. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking of voting, motion carries on amendment number 2. That, colleagues, let me go back to the main motion. Okay. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 51 seconds on the main motion.
Speaker, I'd like to offer an amendment at this time for the prosecutor's office. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Do we have that moment? We got. Okay, we got. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Council. Amendment number 3, 1, reallocating $86,806 from the Navajo Nation Washington Business Unit number 103002, 5110 building to the Navajo Nation Office of the Prosecutor Business Unit number 104005, as shown in the attached amended budget form 1. OMB shall update all exhibits and cumulative amounts as necessary to reflect this amendment. Renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Napakia Committee's intent to approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of the amendment. Also attached to this amendment are budget forms 1, 2, 4, 5 for business unit number 104005. Mr. Speaker.
Go back up again. Some more. The budget forms are there. The Office of the Prosecutors. Oh, this is the unmet need. I go back down to keep going. Keep going. Where's the Okay, thank you. That motion by Madam Chair Charles, is there a second? Colleagues who were just, sorry for the time, I was just verifying the item that it was taken out of from the Washington DC executive offices. With that, Madam Chair Charles Lewin, as a motion on amendment number 3, is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James. Second. Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 3 at this time?
This is Delegate Slater.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater. And then Honorable Keon Begay, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. First is, I would just like to hear a general explanation of the what these funds will be used for. I guess you can leave out the lease part. It looks like that's pretty clear cut, and that we'll be adding an admin legal secretary and then paying for a lease for the prosecutor's office in Shiprock. And I think those are really the only 2 things, but I'd just like to hear more about the necessity and what that's going to be used for. And then second, and I guess how those priorities were identified. And then second, is this in order if it doesn't have the signature on budget form 1 where it says approved by? I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Then we go back to Honorable Charles Newton for response, and then back to Ms. Barbara about the budget forms. Huh? Do you guys hear me? It's on? Yeah.
Can you hear me, Speaker? Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for the question, Delegate Slater. I do, Speaker, I'm not sure if this is something that I can do, but I do have the acting prosecutor on the line to explain the unmet needs. That's really what this 86,000 is for, is to address the unmet needs for the prosecutor's office. I can tell you that when they presented to the Law and Order Committee, they did, the prosecutor's office did inform us of the manpower that they're currently lacking, as well as a few other issues. But Speaker, if it's okay, I would like to call upon the acting prosecutor, Mr. Vernon Jackson, who is on the line. Speaker.
Yes. Is the prosecutor's office on the line?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is Vernon Jackson. I'm on the line.
Hey, Ms. Jackson, for response, go ahead.
Yeah, to everybody, thank you very much for this time. I'll try to make it short and precise as much as possible, because I know everybody's very busy. So on the first issue concerning the signature, I won't take it in order, but I will try to address each one of the questions. On the signature on the form, we initially got the form over to BNF early so that the writing and the amendment could take place. But thereafter, there was a form that was signed by the AG's office. So it was endorsed by the AG. I apologize that you don't have a copy of that one, but that was sent forward also. But that was that's some clarity on the signature requirement on the form. The AG's office did sign. Number two is that the reason for these particular unmet needs item are stated in a narrative justification that doesn't appear was presented here this morning. But basically, the purpose of the position that we're requesting for is to create a centralized function within the Office of the Prosecutor that will coordinate, monitor, and track all the cases that have been declined for prosecution by the U.S. Attorney's Office in U.S. Attorney offices in Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. These federally declined prosecution cases involve alleged major crime cases that include defendants who have been accused of committing, but not limited to, homicides, sexual assaults of children, aggravated battery of peace officers, and/or aggravated battery of family members. These cases will be tracked to ensure local prosecutors in our local Navajo Nation offices are reviewing the declined cases for possible prosecution within Navajo Nation courts. The incumbent in this position will also ensure that there is an efficient and effective identification of efforts to coordinate the transfer of investigative evidence from the federal government to the Navajo Nation to prepare, and also to another function of this position is to prepare reports for Navajo Nation Council, Law and Order Committee, and other oversight bodies to report the efficiency of handling and managing these federally declined cases. I don't want to take too much time, but to just say that it is my analysis of this function within the Office of the Prosecutor that it really needs attention. We really need to focus on how these cases are being presented to us in a declination stage and how that we're following through. This initiative, this effort to hire a person to implement a tracking system and to follow it through cradle to grave will help to ensure that the victims of crime, of these alleged crimes are brought justice in Navajo Nation courts. Again, these are cases that are declined by the federal government, U.S. attorney offices in Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. So that is in regards to the position itself. The funding for the leasing is to facilitate office space for the Shiprock Office of the Prosecutor. Right now, they are working in very cramped space. They really need a larger office. Security needs to be improved in terms of how the office is currently situated. There are 3 prosecutors, 1 victim witness advocate, 1 senior legal secretary, and 1 legal secretary who occupy this current space. And it is imperative that we try to find a space that will accommodate their work and that will help to provide a good overlay with members of the public as we look into the prosecution of crimes in Navajo Nation courts. This leasing of new space should be temporary until the new criminal justice building is open in Shiprock. So that was on how these unmet needs proposals came forward and is being brought before you. So that pretty much encompasses the answer to the questions that were asked this morning concerning this, and I'm open for any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Madam Chair Charles Newton, does that conclude your response?
Yes, it does, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back down then to the main motion. Actually, to amendment number 3. Sorry. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Chairman, Yate Nana, Tishan Nado Bikajakodo, Yad and Dindiki, Bananit. Kodo Bena Itzahaki Participants Amendment. I would advise and will hesitate to support an amendment if funding is being taken away from another program and given to another program. If this is a dire need of what the chief prosecutor is indicating, why wasn't this brought up at the oversight committee deliberation, and that your issues were considered as being listed under the unmet needs? And I know that you brought this to the council during the litigation update in Albuquerque. I served on the Law and Order Committee during the last term, and this is the area that we have been trying to deal with. But it's just not only one area, which is Shiprock. But I believe that if there's anything else, that each and every program across the Navajo Nation and each of the districts should be addressed rather than just focusing on one area of the agency. The one other thing too, I mean, what have the Law and Order Committee and your program have been doing, because I know you guys have and receive external funding. I believe it currently indicates about $9 million. What more what effort has been made that at least change some of the 638 funding budget? I think that the hand or the capacity is allowable and is a decision that could be done by the oversight committee. The thing is it's very easy for us to maneuver the funding, the general funding. Washington, based on each other, in the Edo Yego, Barnet, in the Ope, that other based on not ha nisto not pepe that ni a quite and that's the reason why, Speaker, I've asked what is the current overall external funding that the Navajo Nation has in its possession. Hasned not based on Osenil Arj, a coco elahit articon that has taken baby to be papa net into to Arj Hajobe ba is not the la. A coco traditionally artic at Washington, Navajo Nation Washington office. Ala the Queen Cushin Koto or YouTube and a hot to be the initial lesson based on the art on it now. And I believe and I'm sure that we will be in the same position if somebody will be allocating some of our oversight budget funding to another program, and we will be hollering to say that we won't have enough funding to conduct meetings. Washington, yard and then give its aunt on age na then like yard and then get you could and hadn't shit a hot it that do na high days nish to na high in that nish what all the equadosh now before Washington has the la what has a cocoa business nothing about answer be the meal yes now a cut up on age na haki. How much of an impact will that do to the office, the operation? At the point, you bills that do budget that aid that do some of these opera fundings or whatever every day bills but the initial ad kohele ad yinagado hele ad equato hay yinal listo with other in high cates ito lista quite like a speaker so what I could not actually based hard so actually could on like that could I reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. That reserve your time at 2 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay, we did send over information on that request when you're talking about external funds, and what I'm guessing you're meaning, what we put is that everything outside the nation or everything that the nation receives currently and in the past under 638 contract dollars that's not getting reverted, that's not in the general funds. Usually those are all in the K accounts. So with that, Mr. Bial, that request went over to your office. I don't know if that's ready for review for all those funds. So again, we'll just needing that information. Other than that, there is I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time on amendment number 3, but is there any further response, Madam Chair Charles, that you want to add onto that? Well, the only one I know that Honorable McKeon asked of myself was about external funds. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Calabigay, for those questions. First, I can address the concerns that you have about the 638. As you know, you did state that you served on the Law and Order Committee. You also served as the Chair of Public Safety and Justice at the Tribal Interior Budget Council. So you are probably aware that Prosecutor's Office does not receive 638 contract money. The funds that they do receive are grant funds and then also funds through the general fund. So I just clarified that, or actually I just verified that with the Office of the Prosecutor. And as far as taking from one program to another program, I can say that that was not a decision that was made by the prosecutor's office. It was actually a decision made by me as the sponsoring, I guess the sponsor for this amendment. And how I reasoned this is we're taking from a program that's asking for renovation costs, a bathroom in the amount of $100,000. And we have people who continue to use outhouses here on our nation. And I just cannot justify that cost in approving this for the Washington office. In my opinion, I think that that money is best served serving our Navajo people and giving to a program that can help victims of crime and those who deserve justice. Being the chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, we continually hear from families who are having to deal with travesties in their life, dealing with deaths that have been brought on by other individuals. And oftentimes it is heartbreaking when we learn that these cases have fallen through the cracks or they've never been addressed by the federal government when they hold that responsibility to our people. So the decision from taking funding from one program and putting it in another program was a decision that I made as a delegate. It was a request that I made to the Office of Legislative Counsel. It was not a decision made by the prosecutor's office, nor was it a decision made by anybody else. Again, I think the justifications are very clear in that the purpose of funding this new position is to help in tracking federal cases that have been declined by AUSA, the Attorney General's Office of the federal government, to coordinate the transfer of evidence to the federal government, to prepare efficient reports that could be made to counsel in terms of these cases, to implement a tracking system to work toward delivering justice to victims. And in terms of the office, I just want to make clear, Delegate Kiala Bigay, the position is going to be working for the entire Navajo Nation. It is not just for Shiprock and it's not just for the Northern Agency. It is for the entire Navajo Nation. The prosecutor's office currently does not have anyone who is tracking these cases, and I believe that this issue has been brought forward to council several times and also to the Law and Order Committee, which is why I do support this amendment. In terms of the Shiprock office, that is a part of the request, but it has nothing to do with the position. So the request also is to help with spacing accommodation for our prosecutor's office, victims advocate, and our juvenile prosecutor there in Shiprock. There currently is not a judicial complex in place that would allow the prosecutor's office to be housed in a office that they need. And so the amount would also cover the rental space for the prosecutor in Shiprock so that they can continue to work out of an office. I can tell you, Speaker and colleagues, that the current office at the prosecutor's office, at the land department office, that Doltex is currently working out of in the Shiprock area, the building is very old. And in fact, during 2020, we had a mice infestation that they were told to continue to work with. These are the conditions that we put our Navajo Nation employees in. And I think asking for an office space or accommodation for an office space is justifiable, especially in, comparing that situation to, purchasing a brand new office for the Washington office. I think that, again, it's justifiable to want to put the prosecutor's office in an office where people can access them. And again, I hope that we can one day have an office complex there in the Shiprock community that would allow our Navajo Nation employees to be put in a nice facility that wouldn't expose them to mice infestations, to breakdowns of air conditioning, and to a dilapidated building. So I'm going to go ahead. If I missed anything or misspoke about anything, I'm going to allow the prosecutor's office, acting chief prosecutor, Mr. Vernon Jackson, to correct me. Mr. Jackson.
Yes, thank you very much for that statement that you made, Delegate Newton. It is precisely on the point in every regard regarding the Delegate Gay's question concerning concentration in one area, and also the clarification concerning this is a national, Navajo Nation-wide application we're making on all cases originating from New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. So I would just like to close with this and just say that I hope that all the delegates will realize that this is a real honest effort to deal with the victims of crimes, major crimes, where not every single case will be adjudicated, will be heard in Navajo Nation courts for one reason or another, but there are many that should, with particular emphasis on assaults that occur on our children, on young children. Those cases need to be prosecuted if the evidence is there. This effort is going to make that happen. So I don't want to take no more time, but I just want to leave you with that thought that this is a very, very important initiative. And I thank Delegate Newton for bringing this forward as the chairman of the Law and Order Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that response. Does that conclude your response, Madam Chair? Charles? Thank you.
Yes, it does, Speaker. Thank you.
All right, well, let me go back to the floor. On amendment number 3, colleagues, I have Vice Chair Smith in the queue. Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and the Nomination Council. I'd like to give my remaining time to say Key Allen DeGay on the Amendment 3. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you with that. Keon Begay, 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Are you good?
Can you add the 2 seconds too? Thank you.
I'll come back to you on that. 2 seconds. Okay.
Just kidding. Yeah, that's not a shade. I don't see here. I don't know time showing lagi. The reason why, yes, I at the national level, I'm trying to forward an email of what the former Law and Order Committee has been doing as well regarding the prosecutor's office, the Tribal Interior Budget Council. Yes, I chaired, and I believe that we were successful in allocating more fundings. But the fact that allocating it to each of the region and that each of the tribe are neglecting to retrieve these funding is the problem. I would think that the Navajo Nation is not really in full force to get these funding. I would say that my leadership as the Travel and Interior Budget Council, as a chairperson for the public safety, the Navajo Nation, what have we done? What are we doing to apply for these funding? And the situation with you, and nothing personal, the current acting, see, that's the other thing, acting. I mean, I've gone through several acting directors for the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's the reason why they're in a limbo of not get situated to get these programs in full force, because I believe that you're the third or the fourth acting prosecutor that comes and goes. And I'm hoping that you'll be here to really advocate on behalf of the program. My recommendation is that these fundings that are available out there, I mean, we can be able to accomplish and secure a lot of fundings. There's nothing, I mean, I don't know if my red vote will be singled out, but because that I'm not supporting the prosecutor's office, that's not the point. My main reason for not really leaning on the fence right now is that taking the funding from a program to another program. I mean, that's my problem. I mean, how much of funding are we decreasing from another program that is really advocating for federal funding at DC level, and which is more beneficial for Navajo Nation as a whole. So acting prosecutor and I mean, I know that we play politics in our area, but don't take this in a different way. But I'm willing and will help again. Bring this back up when the upcoming Travel and Interior Budget Council comes back up, which the current Law and Order Committee is also chairing in that position now as well. Could I request that the motioning party to get the funding out of the UUFB based on once we pass this, then I'm sure another delegate will start lining up to say that I'm going to start taking money out of here and then take it over here. And then what's the likelihood that this particular move will be supported by the president when the full budget comes to his office? From one program to another program, unless there's a guarantee that there's a full support. Yes, the prosecutor's office in handling these cases very, very, very much needed, because we do have a revolving door at the court. Our request initially, could the funding be taken out of the UUFB rather than from another program? So with that, I know I can't reserve this time, so I'm trying to run it out. But nonetheless, Speaker,
Right, thank you. Member Keelan. With that, I think there was a request to modify. Madam Chair, Charles Wu.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you, Delegate Keelan for that request to modify. Again, I would understand if we took from the business unit number that affected the services of the Washington, D.C. office, but what we're taking from is the business unit number that would allow the Washington, D.C. office to move forward in renovation and purchase of furniture and also to address the fixtures. Again, as I stated on the record in front of Washington, D.C. office, I cannot justify to my people that we are allowing for a $100,000 bathroom renovation when many of our people have no water and they're using outhouses. The justification that was provided by Ms. Santee Lewis in going from one bathroom where the commode is located to another room where the sink is located, many of our people do that today. They walk from their outhouses to their homes, use a wash basin to wash their hands, and there is there's a distance between that. What I want to do is I want to divert these funds and put it back here on the Navajo Nation to help our Navajo people, especially those, as I stated, that have been affected by crime and those who are in the process of grieving their loved ones. So I appreciate that under your chair that you did advocate at the Tribal Interior Budget Council for the need for our prosecutor's office, which I continue to do. And also as chair of Law and Order Committee, I think that it is equal responsibility between the federal government and the Navajo Nation, and waiting for the federal government to uphold their responsibility is like waiting for paint to dry. It cannot be done, and we have a responsibility to our people to address these issues, which is why I did sponsor this amendment. So in terms of the request that you're making, Delegate Kialan-Bigay, I want to continue to keep it that way. And I think that, as I said, it would be easier to leave those funds here on the Navajo Nation, knowing that our victims of crime are being helped. And as far as the veto pen, I can say that, and I've said it before on the record, that I am not scared of the president's veto pen. If the president chooses to veto this part of the budget, he will have to explain to the people how he thinks that furniture or renovation is more important than assisting our families who have been affected by crime. So I will leave that to the president, and I hope that he's listening. Again, I am not scared of the president's veto pen because he will in the end have to explain that to the people. Speaker, I am done with my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty in the queue at this time. Madam Chair, Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I appreciate the amendment. Delegates, the Office of the Prosecutor has historically had an unmet need. This stems from initially their funding or part of their budget was covered through indirect costs reallocation. Unfortunately, there's a provision in that federal funding that does not allow for that funding to be used. I can't remember the exact terms, but basically cannot be used like for attorney or prosecutor type services. And so since then, this office continues to be severely underfunded. This council last year, we supported their unmet needs. Unfortunately, that was line item vetoed. And when the funding was reallocated earlier this year by amendment from the executive office, they did not provide funding back to the Office of the Prosecutor. So when that funding was reallocated, it was actually given to the Office of the President and Vice President. And if you haven't had a chance to go over to the office, you'll notice that there's a complete redesign and renovation of that front office space, new furniture, new interior. And I understand that we need to modify for COVID, but I also think in terms of how funding is being line item vetoed and then reallocated is an issue. And so we'll be diving in more into some of the impacts of these line item vetoes.
But I think when it comes to the Office of the Prosecutor, in working with child sex cases and investigators, we do know on average about 27, so this is a heavy subject, 27 child sex cases are declined by the U.S. Attorney's Office. And so we need to support our Navajo Nation Office of the Prosecutor. So understanding the limitations of the Oliphant case, understanding the limitations of major crimes, we can at least prosecute these individuals who are hurting our children. And so I think in terms of what we can do as a nation to make sure that we provide service, this is just one of the many areas that need to be addressed. So this, I support this legislation. We do now know approximately carryover amount, and it looks like there's going to be a large chunk of money. If there's 42 point something million dollars available in carryover, there could be other places that the office, if this is a priority, can use to deal with their renovation. But we do need to fund this position so that we could track our cases, support our families here, and look forward to working with the committee and the council to really address these systemic issues. And I think this is the way to do it. So I just urge my colleagues to support this amendment. We've all worked hard on these issues. I know we're making hard choices here, but there's so much more need, and the conditions that our employees work in is deplorable, and it impacts their health, it impacts their mental health, it impacts the families, and I'm just trying to answer any other question that I heard in terms of the concern. But I feel like this is an amendment, and as we move forward with the Dana Action Plan, that we look at, and I know Chairman Yazzie was trying to get funding to public safety, and that went into CIHASIN, and it's still sitting there. So there's millions and millions of dollars that we could allocate as a council to help our public safety, whether it's police department, criminal investigators, office of the prosecutor, corrections, correction officers, public defenders, probation, the courts. I'm willing to support any president that will support public safety and victim services. And I think it has to be clear to the people. And I'll send out, there's a family from St. Michael's that are asking for donations so they can make their court hearing because of what has happened to their child. And I'm going to send that out to my colleagues so that you could see the type of damage that is inflicted on our children and how the family is coming together to try to get justice for her. So thank you, Speaker. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time on amendment number 3?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Then Chairman Daniel So. Honorable Gene So, floor is yours.
Hey, ya o lasi o as tanada o tanada karina snana. So, I kon sa ne tini asi o hane na e kodo sitting so the amendment. So no way the whole that kodo. Ni ke ya pa khade. See ni shi na ho the mess. Is it over? It's seated and a long cat. He gains that adult drug dealers, bootleggers, all these offenders. All you have to say, not caught a not a adult in that decon. It's not had days happening. That adult the more. You're that say that incidents now. So this is what we're going through. If those that division director heard what I said, I blessed him. Just the whole not so if we They're the one that's we're trying to get things ready for them. I'm sure President Nez and our Vice President are aware of that. The most important part regards to this issue is we're in a race with criminals, and then we're putting money on the side for to fight them. That's how you cut. That's a race. I don't know when we're going to find out how we can stop it, if we can try it. That's how I see it out there. The more people, the more violence, the more criminals offenses. Of course, from that case ago, I think I see Diego 100% top priority. Social services step in to help out. I talk about it, but it seems that nobody really understands me because I'm from the 50s. So, of course, the most problem is, I always say for me, parenting. That's the number one issue. We don't parent no more. I'm not saying 100% of you guys. I'm just saying it's starting with me. That's what's causing the problem out there. I don't know when we're going to open our eyes and see it. It seems that we don't want to look at it. These days, kids don't listen no more. That was taken away from us elderlies. They're the one that you used to listen. You don't have no control, what they tell you to do. And usually it's experience that they teach you, not education, that kind of academic. It's experience how you pick up how you can stand the heat, the cold. It's just how you learn, to be strong, resilient. So I need nobody's worse than I am. So somehow, somewhere, we want to turn it around. We have to start thinking about the parenting part, not just about 1% of the what we're doing now. That's what's going on out there. We should put it in 100%. That's where everything lies. We can save a lot of money if we can only do that. We can save a lot of lives if we can only do that. These people out there, no, as for me, I told you about my story. My first sister and my baby sister, that's how I lost them. My older sister disappeared for so many years. When they found it was only her bones. It was identified by her teeth. And that's the only thing that we buried. Some parts missing. That's, that's really, really, really bad. To bury a sister, the one you look up to, the one that raised you. Like I said, God said, and then my younger sister, she disappeared again. And one day we found her, and we got called in. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, moving on down. Chairman Daniel So on amendment number 3.
Thank you, Speaker Sotila, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, and executive staff. My question would be to the Department of Justice, to Chief Legislative Counsel. To my understanding, the Washington office where we purchased a house, to my understanding, that sale agreement has not been finalized. And in that respect, is it proper for the Navajo Nation to use its general funds to basically renovate and to start putting furniture in a building that the Navajo Nation does not have title to? That would be my question, and I would wait for an answer. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 42 seconds, Chairman Daniel. So. With that, let me refer to the question about the closing. Actually, the purchase of the transfer of the building, see if that was actually finalized, the process. I don't know if Ms. Santee Lewis is on the line to answer that question. And then let me refer to the Department of Justice for a response as well to Chairman Daniel So's question.
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell at Department of Justice Tax and Finance Unit. Are you calling on me to respond?
If you would like to start, yeah.
I need to get a little bit more information from the Washington office if they are occupying the building, Speaker.
Okay. And if the final documents are closed out, is Santee Lewis on the line? Or maybe Mike Colonna from the Land Department might know.
Mr. Speaker.
Is that you, Mr. Chaco?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, good morning, Chief. Actually, good afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Speaker. Maybe I can answer the two questions on that issue. One is the purchase of the sale and the purchase of the building has been finalized. Secondly, the question if the Navajo Nation Washington office is occupying the building. Not at this point, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, back to if there's any further comment from Department of Justice, if that's you, Ms. Lowell, or anyone else.
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell again. I'm imagining that the Washington office, if the signatures and the purchase is complete, that the Washington office is going to be occupying that space in short order. So I'm not seeing that as something unreasonable to budget for if they are going to be occupying that space in the current fiscal year, Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you for that response.
Excuse me, this is Navajo Nation Washington office. Are you able to hear us, please?
Yes, I was asking for Ms. Santee Lewis, but
This is Maxine Hillary. I'm the Deputy Executive Director. Ms. Lewis is unavailable at the moment. So we are listening. Cal Curley is here. So if there was a question, can you please repeat it, please?
I think the question was answered by Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco.
Thank you, Chief of Staff.
Thank you. That, you go back to the floor. Any other further comments, questions, colleagues, on amendment number 3? I do have reserve time, but there's Honorable Vince James.
Okay, Honorable Daniel So, Gachmute Lake. Yad Isha Kahasi, Speaker, other members of the council, other is not get not to other staff, no funny. Although Bana, this kid or the Hiki Dinan so space, not like any can't hit your question. Joe Dole. I would like to kindly request that we receive a copy, hopefully within the next 5 minutes or so, a copy of signed contract or buyer's title, whatever, any document that justifies that the facility has been bought. Can you send that over to all the 24th Navajo Nation Council within the next 5 minutes? That will concur us that the facility has been bought and it's owned by Navajo Nation. Thank you. Reserve my time.
4 minutes and 1 second. It's on your reserve time, Honorable James. With that, the Washington, D.C. office has those documents, or Paulson Chaco, if you have those documents. The closing documents of the Washington, D.C. house, I guess, property. Chief Paulson or Miss
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Stay there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. Give us a few moments to get that information, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Point of privilege, Kalen.
Point of privilege, Kalen BA.
Speaker, point of privilege, could I request the office of the prosecutor, the chief prosecutor's office, or personnel office to provide the council how many chief prosecutors have been in this position for the past 10 years, and what was the longest of a permanent chief prosecutor been in this position? And I believe that is the main factor in that this particular office is in limbo, that no steady leadership is there. That would show us why this office could, at the end, during budget time, that we have to resolve the funding issue for them. Again, I'm not against the chief prosecutor's office. It's just the fact that I'm opposing the taking funding from one program to another program. Speaker.
Thank you. Reach out to the Department of Personnel Management. I don't know if you, Ms. Fowler, you heard that? If there's a history of how many prosecutor or chief prosecutors are interim or chief prosecutors have been in this position in the last 10 years. I don't know how long that might take your office to do that research.
Speaker Damon? Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Shiaj. We'll get right on it, and I'll go ahead and have Ms. Toddy get on this report, and we'll get on it right away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker Damon, this is Doreen McCall.
Yes, Ms. McPaul, Madam AG, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you'd like to respond to as well, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you, Speaker Damon. I just wanted to let the council know that we do have a copy of this report from Ms. Resita Toddy. We did provide the information to our oversight committee in conjunction with a legislation request we had regarding the statutory qualifications for the chief prosecutor position, and that legislation was not acted on and expired, but we do have that report. As soon as I pull it up, I will send it to the council, and I'll also copy Dr. Fowler. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Speaker.
As soon as you get that information, Madam AG, if you could forward that over to Michelle and Yazi, then we can send that information out. I heard someone say speaker.
It's Edmund Yazzie, sir.
Chairman Yazi, want me to put you in the queue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. When we go back to the floor on amendment number 3, I don't have anybody else. Chairman, the floor is yours at this time.
Okay, Speaker, thank you. Members of the council and also the sponsor of the amendment and everyone that's listening on this beautiful hot day. Just want to share my concerns on what was stated by my colleague, Mr. Begay, and that is taking funds from another department. This department being the Washington office. I see it as a very, and I stated this before, that under experiences that we've conducted business in DC, this office is very much needed. And I'm glad that we had purchased the building/house. And that is something that we should be proud of. And to take away funds that has already been set kind of bothers me. And because the moving of the old office to this new place is still happening. And if this passes, then there's going to be a setback. And so once this variant is, down to a control area, I know we'll be going back up into DC with the year that we have left and trying to get business done for the Navajo Nation. And so that's why I have a little bit of problem with this amendment with respect to the prosecutor's office, in which I do support as well. I going to be voting against this, and just because of the fact that we're going to be taking from another department and to fund the prosecutor's office. I know we can work out where we can get more funding, and I think with Dr. Fowler with her department, we really need to take a look in how we hire for the nation. And so, and maybe do a legislation to make it easy where people want to work for us. And so, I just wanted to share that with the rest of my time. I'll give it to Mr. Key Allen Begay. Sir.
Okay, thank you. That 2 minutes and 33 seconds to Jay, who's joined us in the chambers. 2 minutes and 33 seconds. The floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me right?
Yes.
Okay. Here to this kudo, brother, Mr. Yazi, Ado kudo, and the quite enough EHP. Draw a jaw, at the least, that's what I'm trying to allude to a koko job and Latin kuchus peso similigi this in skin hat niligu jo ada shaha ni los bohnet so jo estini a koko and that Washington has ada koko I ada pendi a peso hato nicho ne a koko maybe our as legislative council should this fail koko maybe do another amendment for the similar request but from the UUFB what koko said the list so decision and no shinki ada koko based on diniki hati nesto what I could prosecutor's office in diniki which what they need. And the reason why I've asked the Shinit Al Nation and Al Shinigi Yad Jotna Yol the Ajit of ko Halid Al Kokode ne which na hui na do the neti ida beten edo do ba na hat ida johat ne ko an hikhote na mission diniki ado shit asla ton hin has da besh ba an ni diniki Halid Al edi kad di kode ala pesa ba na hat ede inda ba net sato akoko hot ego ko inda has ko the Shinit the Washington that Halid all that IC ya the diniki and tar ko yini keda. And I know that there's a lot of policies such as the Law and Order Act that are there. Although a lot of these, even the first net that it adults aren't ego and I believe the Navajo Nation, the government is not really in the position advocating and requesting for these funding that are available out there for the Indian tribes. Akoko aj dik na ketha din da se khana ni lia peso in zindagi akone la e na do they're available go out ad ko an hi ni at chen ni ledo to kha it ni da bana e peso zindagi kha to shi se ki ye ke ta lasa ako edi hot akodo bahanana si de lisa chairman
I'm Thank you. That colleagues, any other further comments or questions? Chairman Nez, good afternoon. Floor is yours. On amendment number 3.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aros Nantano Senigi. Beshpansa Anna. Aroanal Agi. I would like to just say that I believe council does support the prosecutor's office and prosecuting individuals that are breaking laws and all that. On the Quaggy, but the way the money is being taken from one program into another program, I just do not agree with that at all. We Navajo Nation, when we do these things as leaders, but there's monies available that we don't really look at and say, I mean, look at the 7,000 accounts, promotional items, and the catering, refreshments, food, sometimes I think that everyone should be subject to bringing their lunch to work rather than using Navajo Nation money to go out and buy food and eat and, eat and eat. And here we are promoting sometimes healthy living that what if Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you take some of this money from there? I don't that chose it go. What I best Hala that's just how I see it. So I just can't really
support this amendment at all, so I'm going to have to vote red on this. And I have to be honest about that. So yeah, that will be my statement, and I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Serve your time at 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, floor is yours, and then I'll go back to Madam Chair Charles Zune if there's any response. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniel. Hello, good afternoon, Speaker, my colleagues, 24 councilmen. I was not signed off yet. Say, I just now talk about the whole thing about judicial system and prosecutor. Yes, prosecutor can do his job. This is an example I have, and we have a trouble zone in Black Mesa. And the prosecutor, I think they did their job up there to prosecute these criminals. But it comes to the judicial, the judge just dismiss all the cases in favor of all criminals. The people that will need help protect the victim, yeah. So it's not on or dismiss the case. For the prosecutors, it's a line or leader. They never dismiss the They told you don't live there. They live there. That's their actual home there. Just dismiss the There's 3 cases that happened in Black Mesa. These guys are create the crimes, fight against their own relative, and destroy and burn house, steal things from their own family. It happened this in Pinion, and this case I still need to bring before Law and Order Committee. A quacky, the prosecutor, shot that prosecutor. That's just a dismissed case too. But prosecutor, it's really neat to be there at the court hearing. This happening most of the time. The torture, within prosecutors or data doing not all dismiss. The judge with that nothing. No. Judge should be election, special election, but I'm on the stage. No. So it don't start nothing. One thing to the other, take another account to another credit that under the accountability. A credit or you should get another one with need to vote that area with clean house, carry over money into 22. As a clean out area. Next year, going to 23rd, be that the car based on $10. I hope these our division director, Navajo Nation, do the job to intent to perform their duties. What money was intent for, yeah. So that's it. COVID-19 been that's it. So even not at the mission. But Mrs. Bosman Councilman, Division Director, don't let out at the Zoom Bantan. Late at the on Lenny Otana has COVID team in this Epa on has time they can't do anything. It has been not at 8. Mr. Chaco, also Chaco, you need to look into this now. Not on under our Navajo Nation President Nance. That no, I don't cut on there. Or call the Division Director. Don't have Trayon sort to get to them area. You should know it. But with clean house, need a clean house down there. He care over me. Oh, yeah, never cut it, Jay. He thought it's very unsatisfactory. Put our hope on so just over. You get great for this one here. What are the Division Director? About this, the dog we have a problem with Veto office too, and still waiting for the budget. And example for me, I was in Tokyo one time with the Chief Justice. We got the subpoena. Subpoena and hit Ilya because we not obey the law. It don't matter who you are, Chief Justice, judge, or you're a former veteran or been to war. We all have policy here. We're going by this policy. Ben, instruction manual, any policy. It's us. We don't care who you are, veterans, you still have to follow the policy. You're in a different field, you're back home. We're proud of you. Follow the policy. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, thank you again. We are amendment number 3. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Day. Let me go back to, I did say I was going back to Madam Chair Charles Newton first, and then I'll come back to you, Honorable Daniels. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and also colleagues for sharing your concerns about moving or transferring money from one program to another program. What I'm hearing is let's not take money from renovation budget for the DC house, not an office, but a house. That's what I'm hearing. The money that's being taken is from a renovation budget. It's not being taken from the people or the services that are provided to the people. As I stated already before, we already expect our Navajo people to use outhouses and to walk a distance to go and wash their hands if they got clean water. This money is supposed to go to the prosecutor's office. And we all heard about those cases that get declined. I just read the Crotty's email, and it's really touching, and it's really hard. And I have never, ever shared my story with anybody. But I had a case declined. When I was 17 years old, I was raped and beaten for 3 days straight, repeatedly. And that man who did this to me carved his initials into my body so that I could remember him. My case was never referred to AUSA. I was told by the investigator that it was my fault, that if I just stayed home, none of this would have happened. I live with that every single day of my life. In fact, I represent the man who did this to me. As a council delegate, this man is in my community. I see him when I'm shopping. I see him when I'm with my husband. I see him when he drives by my house. And so it's really hard for me
to hear from my colleagues that they can't take money out of a renovation budget to help fund a position that would prevent cases like mine from ever happening to any Navajo woman. I was 17 1 month before I turned 18. I was told that because of the way that I looked, because I looked like a woman, not like a teenager, because I was 1 month from turning 18, and that because my case was a case that could have been prevented if I just stayed home, then it would have never happened. There are victims out there like me, victims like this family that's been affected by a pedophile. So I am sorry if you feel that taking money out of a renovation budget is something that is totally against your morals, your principles, or where you come from as a delegate. But when I got this information from the prosecutor's office, I knew that this is something that I had to do. So you're going to vote red, that's okay. But if you vote green, please know that you are helping people who deserve justice, people who are victims, your own family members. And talking about this right now is not the easiest thing to do. I've never ever shared this story with anybody. My mom and my oldest sister were the only ones who knew because they had to pick me up from the hospital after I was found. So I have suffered that trauma. And I know that there are people out there who say that things happen for a reason. And I credit that part of my life for going to law school, for becoming a prosecutor, and for becoming a lawmaker. Because I know that I cannot look at other victims and tell them that I would rather give money to a renovation budget than to help them with the services that they need. So I ask you, colleagues, to not only vote green for this, but to also help me, Law and Order Committee, Delegate Crotty, for finding money to prosecute these people who live in our communities, these people who inflict trauma on us, and to think of our children, to think of your wife, your sister, your mother, your aunt, your niece, and any woman who has come across your life and who has made a difference to you and to where you're at today. So I know that there are some delegates who are saying that I cannot take from one program to another, but I will tell you again, this money is not taking services from the Washington office. It's taking from the renovation budget to help people like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for your story and also for your response. Thank you. Colleagues, we are on amendment number 3. We do have this as an amendment by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Vince James. I do have at this time Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue. Then I do have a couple of our colleagues with reserved time. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I don't know afternoon, colleagues. I don't know to the amending parties amend it's like Narita Peso Sao. Adeha Nido Sajubina, Mexico. I Kodo and non clown hours and I yet go. I see me the whole eat. Out and oh, you're not on hours and I yet go. Ah, what that hit Ilia. Mahashina Hodalia, that is Chats and oh. Mahashina Hodalia, this unseasoned. And non Hashina to Honda Kaidakat. I see me nice. But there's not ST without Hodalia. She has been a Hostilia. She way she yet got the wrong Holia. So that say he's not here no more. So what's ended on that is not ST Kodo. Nekodo prosecutors. Aro Sadai not Aro staff. This is on but the horse but on that is they not in ST Kodo. But Kodo tab. Let me get back to this amendment. Either you should try it. It makes me think way back when that's me and my wife at the whole either. It brings those memories back. So let's stick to the amendment. I see they with the whole team. Because it has on it, it is though none of our business. It's none of it. Not as they and hello. 5 years or a big answer. So that's when the I don't know. I support every program. I support every vision. Navajo Nation government. It's HJK. Quito amendment is Nahiki as Yaki, Quito Ben, it's Nahiki. Or Ashasan, I Quito. As all these nature, no Eba or the Quito. Quito should say, Delegate Key Olympic Yana or Ka. As all these niche. A go out about this case, doesn't know there's UFB, be it all hate other. Abake or the Yashi, but the Honet Sons and Ho. I don't know Kodo. Mahashin the days niche at the hoist at the hoist Kay at the Cheat, Washington, Kinalke. Mahashin are the days niche. That in Australia, but no other day, Kato, Nahandash Kitkat. Washington office. Can end the house me. They could have been here to the a covenant of action the days niche. شيء هو طبعا تسكير كده خدت تسكير cares dollars نيجي هو داليا أرونا كد أربعة عشان صوصة ينتش نش يديلنش بس بتما يشهد بيتي نيشة سجنيش نهكي أي عشان كده تسنني كده إيه ده وتدي نيدا It's like what my chairman could order chairman Nazi had at all with the need. So these nation in the key could order they could delegate key on the case. Yeah, see it good out of that's care. A cocodon rate oh yes I don't tell you oh yeah yeah that's enough is care which I don't want to do. Not fifth course, Najahilan hit the Payat Etol, Palit of Washington, Zenoik last or less, to Caripe for Bandamate, Bedato Neshiki, Natna, oh, Nakisa, Tamna, the Benat, or Neshiki to Eba Yield here. Sonat, I'm Seniki Donna Kodo, once for Ebaha State or less Kodota, Mr. Speaker Kodota, I reserve my time.
Time. Actually, he had to run on exactly for 5 minutes. Automatic timing. Tag colleagues, have anybody else in the queue at this time? I'm going back to reserve time now, Chairman Danielson.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. This is Delegate Crotty with the question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My colleagues, I was on mute and on a tribal consultation with family violence, and what I was hoping that we could do, Speaker, is take a break. I want to honor what was disclosed by Delegate So and Delegate Charles Newton, and that's hard to disclose in this type of environment. And I was hoping after Chair shared her story that this council would take a break to support those words and give that emotional support. Can we take a break, Speaker? It's 2:00. Can we just take a break, or can someone touch base with the delegates to make sure that they're okay? And if they need additional support in sponsoring this amendment, or what do they need from this council to support them? Because I remember very clearly last council, when I spoke, my mic was turned off, chastised, did it alone. I had one friend who came to check on me. And I always told myself, if I was ever in that position again, I would make sure that this council would support, though you may not agree with the amendment, support what was just shared with you and being part of her healing and being part of Delegate So's healing. Speaker, I would need that guided. Has someone checked in on the delegate? Do we need to take a recess?
As for, she's Madam Chair, Charles Newton's here in the chambers with us. But we can take a break. We'll go on recess for an hour. Colleagues, point of privilege. Before we go into recess, point of privilege, Honorable Kian.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, a point of privilege is that could we get the council get the current balance of the UUFB, and also request the prosecutor's office, because this funding is just only an administrator. 8 Ecuador is a Kate, but that will leave the lack of the prosecutors at each of the court. I think that's being misunderstood here. So my request to Legislative Council in receiving this, the UUFB, is get me a revised budget that will station prosecutors at each of the 12 district court. That's the funding. If we truly mean to help our Navajo people, I believe that 88,000 isn't going to help, but try to put prosecutor's position at each of the district. That will eliminate a lot of these revolving door issue at the local level. So let's see if we truly mean that we are going to help. This 88,000 is not, it's just only administrative position, but the actual person that's really going to go after these people, let's do that today. Speaker, that's my request to the Legislative Council to develop that budget from getting the funding from the UUFB. Speaker, that's my point of privilege.
We have sent a request to Mr. Willie for an updated balance. If there's a request on a privilege to do that, an unmet need balance to the prosecutor, we would need that information from the Attorney General's office. And I don't believe that Madam or Ms. Barbroff has that information. So if there is an unmet need from the Attorney General's office for the chief prosecutor or the prosecutor's office across the nation, that information would be having to given Honorable Kiamagay to Ms. Barbroff. And I don't believe Ms. Barbroff has that information, but we can ask for that. But I don't know if it was just the unmet need was just what they were taught, what Madam Chair Charles Newton is asking for at this time alone itself. So,
Speaker,
Speaker, this is Ms. Barbara again.
Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, and thank you for
Point of
pointing
order,
out.
Delegate James.
Point of order, Honorable. Hold on. There's a question of. No, there was something else. Somebody said something else.
Point of order, Delegate James.
Before that.
It was a point of privilege, Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Ms. Barbara, can you hold on for a quick point of privilege? Honorable Freeland, what is your point of privilege? Then I'll go address it.
Speaker, colleagues, thank you.
Point of order,
Speaker,
Delegate James.
Can we get a balance of the UUFB? That's my point of privilege. Thank you.
That's already been requested, and we are getting that. Point of order, Honorable James.
Thank you, Shanale. I did not me saying point of order. I think this was my fourth time saying point of order. I kindly request colleagues, members of the council, let's take a recess. Let's respect the ladies that are with us as our colleagues. Let's respect the ladies. And I believe, Speaker, you also acknowledged to take a recess. Let's take a recess. Shanala, Speaker, thank you.
Oh, I have to clarify that point of order first. That question of privilege, Honorable James, before we go out, that was raised by Honorable Kiamagay, according to the rules of order by council. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. As you identified, the Office of Legislative Counsel does not have the ability to prepare those budgets, but certainly if we receive them, we will attempt to draft an amendment. The one issue that I see is that the request is for personnel, and personnel is a recurring expense.
So as a general rule, that doesn't come out of the UUSB and most likely cannot come out of the any permanent trust fund income either. So if OMB can assist, OMB and controller can assist on those questions, that would be great. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And again, we don't have I don't know, we'll reach out on the Wiki to them. Reach out to AG's office, see if there's a unmet need for across the board. Hey, thank you. That we're going into recess, colleagues. Time now is 2:15. We'll be back in out of recess at 3. We'll come back in at 3:15. Thank you.